Isn't it?
Book that Swamiji himself had written. This is an handwritten book, and actually, this is a puja manual that Swamiji had himself written it. Each one, here we can see all these mudras, everything that is hand drawn by Swamiji himself. It is not, see, Swamiji did not wait, oh, let me get some money to print it, let me do it properly, let me get some help, someone's help to make it. No, it started with this. And today, this is what is standing as the largest library. This is a page from the telephone book that Swamiji maintained from the year 2001 to 2002. He himself used to handwrite and carry the numbers of people. Today, this is standing as the largest, I would say, digital ecosystem with 1 billion plus views in our social media platforms. See, if we just learn from Swamiji's life, look in, which many times you just get stuck. Swamiji said, right, feeling stuck is the only sin in life. Look into your life. Identify the places where you are feeling stuck. All the places where you let life, you just say, oh, this is not there, that is not there, so I can't do this, I can't do that, and you decide to feel stuck. Look in. You either give up your perfectionism or you give up beginning, initiating, continuously moving. Both are wrong. List down 11 major areas in your life where you're feeling stuck. And actually analyze what is it that you're stuck with in those dimensions. Take a few minutes. I request every one of you to pen down. In each aspect that you have written down, in the next step, write down what is the intense action you're going to take to break free from that feeling stuck pattern. Mark a column right against it and write down what are you going to do to the intense action you're going to take to stop feeling stuck. Now, in the same space, let us all enter into the next segment, the next part. Decide to not feel stuck with anything in life. Do not give up. Do not be stuck. With this decision, I request all the participants here to take a few minutes and please take any object that you want, any lamp, and you're going to light a lamp and you're going to be manifesting the power of increasing or decreasing the flame just by your conscious will. Don't put any effort separately for this. It will just happen on its own. You just need to bring your awareness and do it. Place any lamp in front of you. Make sure there are no strong winds pushing the lamp. Decide now to not be stuck and manifest with intensity. Please, can I request everyone to keep the lamp in front of the camera? Any lamp. See, understand the same principle that you used for wind. Let's say manifesting the power over wind. It's the same principle you're going to use for this also. Just that you're going to be using that space of oneness with the fire element. I request every one of you to bring the lamp. Please bring a lamp. Place it in front of you. Yes, perfect. Zizig Fang, yeah, that's right. So you can keep the lamp in front of you in such a way it's visible in the camera. Yes, Ma Parameshwari. Just make sure, Ma, that there's no strong wind. See, there should be no external wind that will push the flame of the lamp. It should be your manifestation. See, listen very carefully. Actually, these elements, there is a Chataragni inside you. Means there's an eternal fire that is inside us, in our stomach, in the form of hunger. Ma Krishna Hetman, yes, you can use a candle also. That's fine. If you have a candle, please use a candle. That's fine. Okay, see you have put the candle. Great. Now, please take a few minutes. First thing you're all going to do is connect with the fire element. What does that mean? When I say connect, what do I mean by that? Just experience that space of friendliness with the fire element. Just like how if you meet your friend after a long time, let's say, how do you talk? You experience that friendliness. There's a sense of, yes, there's so much to talk, there's so much to share, there's a lot of openness, right? Just like that, you're going to connect to the lamp and you're going to build that space of friendliness with it. Sincerely actually sit now. You'll all see how the whole manifestation, the experience will happen. And it'll just be so beautiful. You'll experience that shift inside you. You can keep it at enough distance. See, your breath should not turn it off. That's the thing. You should not, like, when you're breathing fast or the fan or even external wind, should not turn it off. It should be purely by your power of oneness. Sit straight. Bring your complete awareness on the flame. Yes, I see many of you have kept Ma Jayanti, Ma Parameshwari, Ma Krista. Come on, the others, please keep Ma Nada Yoga Priya. Ma Nada Yoga Priya. Just make sure that there's no fan or something that is shaking the wind, Ma. It should just be your third eye, the oneness that will move the wind. Yes. Sorry, that will move the flame. I'm so sorry. Okay, Ma Virupaksha also I see has a lamp. Great. Now, build that space of oneness with the flame. Connect with it. Means feel that tremendous friendliness with the flame in front of you. And start manifesting the power. Just speak to it and you will see how beautifully it will start listening to you. Chant the Mahavakya. See, don't do it with pressure. Don't do it like concentration. Just do it with friendliness. That is the key.
Nithyananda Paramashivoham Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om 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 Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om
How many of you have manifested?
Paramashivoham.
You all can post it in the chat if any of you have manifested already. Please post it in the chat if you were able to move it. Come on. And also take a recording of each of your manifestations. Ma Mahapurna, Mananda Mahapurna, you put yes, that's wonderful. Yes, Ma Priyatma Surupini, you can play with the wind outside. Great. Ma Surti Arun also has posted, she's manifested. That's wonderful. Great. Now, we all are going to be moving to the next section as all of us are sitting here and doing the power manifestation. The very next section is a very interesting one. This is on DNA, called as the super DNA. Today we are going to be working on the deepest layers of us. Literally, Swamiji is going to be working on our very DNA. So now let's listen to the revelation from Swamiji about super DNA.
I have something about indigo children, so that you understand the super DNA. See, children born throughout the history of humanity to raise the frequency of the planet and human consciousness, having more than 2 strands of DNA, active DNA, are called indigo children or rainbow children, crystal children. There are 3-4 names. Please understand, throughout the history, the kids are born. When they are taking birth, something extraordinary is in them. And now science is proving clearly more than 2 strands of DNA is active in them. They are called indigo kids, and throughout the history there are references, these indigo kids were there. The core human DNA imprint is built on 12-strand structure, which says human form was designed to embody 12 dimensions of conscious awareness. I always used to talk about these 11 dimensions. The 12th is the Shiva state. We can have our own brand name, Nithyananda state, whatever. Fully awakened, Shiva consciousness. Please understand, these are the Shastra Pramanas, means the eternal truths revealed by modern day rishis. Then I will add my understanding about these 12 strands, human body, and 2 strands being active, more than 2 strands being active in kids, and how it happens. It's from a scientist and researcher, Cheryl Kakshialansa. The junk DNA or a dormant DNA activation is a tremendous gift to accelerate the spiritual awakening of collective consciousness on the planet. This is a quotation, means some research from that person. A person with 2 strands of DNA with only 1 strand active is like a computer with access to only 16 MB RAM memory. Can run only few programs. Once the DNA is activated, it's like giving internet connection. You can access anything by intent and intuition. Please understand, these are not my words. These are the collections from different researchers and discoveries. The dormant DNA activation level controls your frequency. Every time when a DNA is activated, you download higher consciousness from soul, identity, and attract people, places, events of similar high frequency. Again, it may look like my words, it is not my words. What I am going to add is my words. These are exact quotations I am reading out from different scientists and people who are specialists in this field, researchers. DNA activation not only has an effect on the individual, but this change will affect the individual's ancestors. 3 to 5 generations in the past, as well as 3 to 5 generations in the future. This is one of the important revelation. In the Sannyas Upanishads, there is a very clear mention. If one person takes sannyas and elevates his consciousness, sannyas is nothing but awakening the different layers of your DNA. It says very clearly, Munned Janmatirkum, Pinned Janmatirkum, Piravikkadan Tirthan, Beramagan, Nittargadan Sannyasi. It's the exact translation I am giving you from the Tamil Vedantic scriptures, like Kaivalya Navanitam in all these literatures. So that says, when somebody takes sannyas and raises his frequency, please understand, not the after 7th generation of you. Don't think only the after 7th generation, not just after 7th generation, before 7th generation, who passed away, who left the body, their frequency is raised. In Vedic tradition, there is a story called Bhagirata story. His ancestors were cursed by a rishi, Kapila only, who is the father of our tradition, Nirvaniya Kada. Kapil was disturbed by these guys, so he cursed them, and they all became ashes. He did not even curse actually, he opened the eyes, the power of his eyes, and the karma they did burnt them completely. So, in his generation, the 3rd generation person was in their generation, 3rd was the Bhagirata. So what to do? What is the way to liberate them? They all have become just a heap of ash. The only way for liberating them is bringing Ganga and sprinkling that water on them. Means that raising their consciousness through the Amrita, nectar, the spiritual nectar. And he does tapas, brings the Ganga to planet Earth, means infusing consciousness into their dead DNA structure. Please understand, infusing consciousness into the dead DNA structure was a science available in Indian tradition. In Chennai, Mylapore, there was a Chettiar girl, Pumbavai. She died in the snake bite. So her remains, relics was preserved by her father in a pot. So Trinyana Sambandar, a great saint who knows the science of DNA. Among the modern day saints, modern day means, sorry, I should not use the word modern day, among the recent day saints, in the Vedic tradition, 1000 years means recent days. The recent day saints, this Jnana Sambandar and Tirunavukkarasar, these two have shown physically the science of DNA in their life, doing miracles. That they showed that they had a power over a DNA structure. He gave life. He infused consciousness into the DNA and liberated her. So, the same thing Bhagirata did. Please understand, when you raise the frequency of your DNA, you can connect with 7th generation wherever, whatever state they are in. If they already taken new birth, you can elevate them. I tell you, many of you guys have come to me because your sons have raised their frequency. Your 2 generation before son has raised his frequency. So suddenly, for no reason, you feel connected to me. Because he raised his frequency, your frequency is raised. And you do not even know why you decided to come and be with a Swami. Sometimes you can think your background and what you are doing now is completely unconnected. Understand? 2 generations before, the sons or daughters you gave birth, somebody has raised their frequency. that is having effect on you. One more thing, I always tell people, whenever their parents or somebody passes away in the family, I tell them, don't suffer. If you suffer, you will stop their journey, further journey. You will not give them beautiful farewell. Because whether you like it or not, want it or not, our biomemories and DNAs are interconnected. Thoroughly interconnected. Thoroughly interconnected. Our biomemories and DNAs are interconnected. You can see. I have seen in my experience many times with many disciples, if the father or mother passed away, even though they are not physically attached, psychologically attached, suddenly physically they will be down. And the suffering and pain will be there. Because the biomemory is down. Biomemory is down. So, if you elevate your consciousness, naturally like Bhagirata, you will infuse life into the DNA structure of your ancestors and raise their very frequency. If they are in Pitruloka, you will promote them to a higher level. If they are in Bhuloka, you will elevate them to higher consciousness. Wherever they are, see, it's like when you beat the water, both sides, the water will splash. Same way, when you beat the consciousness and raise yourself, not just future, even the past will be raised. Because, one more thing, unfortunately you can only see future. You do not have the energy to look into the past, but I can see past, that's why I am telling you it is possible. It is possible. It is just possible. So I have some more researches, but first I will finish one by one. So I have brought some 3-4 important truths today. I will first talk one after another. First thing, children born throughout the history of humanity to raise the frequency of the planet that have more than 2 strands of active DNA. They are called indigo children. Fortunately, after the 60s and 70s, the 60 rebels and 70 hippies, most of them were indigo children. Please understand. The 60 rebels, 70 hippies. The 60s, there is a huge rebel movement started. The 70s, there is a huge hippie movement started. Many of them were indigo children. Unfortunately, the society is so cunning, so frozen, unable to accommodate them, labeled them as negative and push them aside. And they are made to negative, nothing else. And recently, after 90s, enormous amount, please understand, the guys who are working on this line, they are saying something like 40 times more kids than the 60s and 70s are taking birth, whose DNA is more than 2 strands active. Please understand. Huge number of kids whose DNAs are active more than 2 strands. Means the multi-dimensional kids are taking birth. And another one important thing, the core human DNA imprint is built on 12-strand structure. Means it can radiate, it can embody 12 dimensions of conscious awareness. I think I have spoken on this 11th dimension in a very detailed way. I may not spend much time on this 11th dimension. The 12th is the ultimate Shiva consciousness, which can't be described. When you experience the 12th, you are an incarnation. That's all. So, there's a second truth. I want you to know the third truth is, I think I already read out, the person with 2 strands of DNA is only with a 16 MB RAM memory. And the DNA structure is activated. Once the DNA is activated, it's like giving internet connection. You can access anything by intent and intuition. So all other things as I read out. First I wanted to explain how to, because that is my unique thing. How to activate more than one DNA strand in you. Because most of the human beings have only one DNA activation. When you become a seeker, ready to take the risk of renouncing the sensual pleasure for something which you don't understand, the second DNA gets awakened. Second strand DNA gets awakened. Practically all of you, second strand DNA gets awakened. Because even for 1 month, if you have just 2 meals and taking bath twice a day and not having sex for something which you are not really tangible enough now. See, at least none of you have any tangible idea why you are doing that. Maybe you have the trust over Apta Pramana. Oh, if this guy is enlightened and this is what enlightenment, I would like to have it. That's all. That's all is the reason why you are eating twice a day and taking bath twice a day and abstaining from the sex and abstaining from all pleasures and everything. So this proves very clearly your second strand DNA is already awakened. How to awaken the next level strand DNAs? Understand? I'll give you exact that how. I don't want to use the old words. If I use the old words, you will say, oh, I know about it, it's okay. I tried it, not working out, so I am not going to be, I will not be able to awaken the third strand of DNA. No, you can. You can. Please understand. Remember who you are really. Remember who you are really. So naturally, like a lump you will feel, one part is that identity which you are showing to the world. Then one part will say, no, this is not, because this changes. I myself can convince myself to change the identity which I am projecting to the world in half an hour and can change it into another one. Is it not? See, sometimes when you are not able to maintain that identity, or when that identity gives you suffering, in half an hour, one cycle of time, one circle of time, the 21 minutes, you sit and talk to yourself and change it. Is it not? Then how can you be that? Not. It's liquid. It's changing. How can that be the me? No. Then what is me? What is me? In few minutes, naturally, you will feel there is some point in which you are cornering you. What is me? A kind of a silent awareness for a few seconds. Then what will happen? Because you are not able to be in the pressure of cornering you, it just gets bumped. It goes away to some subject or object, or it goes away something, and this idea gets lost. Means the third DNA, third strand DNA you are touching, but it is kicking you back. Hey, get out, don't come here. I am not interested in waking up now. I want to sleep a little more time. That is where you need seeking. Telling, no. I am not just going to build my body, I am going to build my DNA structure. I tell you, with seeking, do weightlifting. That will get into your DNA structure. With awareness, when you lift the weight, feel the tremendous pressure, not pain. Understand, when you are with awareness, it will never be a pain. It can only be called as pressure on your muscles. and system. With that heavy pressure, but decide, no. I feel by this lifting, I'll change my DNA structure because Swamiji has told I am going to do that. With awareness, with seeking, go on doing which your muscle does not want to do. First step, see who am I. The lump of the identity and lump of the identity which negates the identity. These two are you as on now. Please understand. If I use the example of this apple, this part which you are seeing is what you are showing to the world. This part which you are not able to see is the part which has ability to change this part. You understand? When this part has some suffering, or when this part is not trustworthy, this part takes over and changes this part. You understand? So see, which is the part which has the ability to change this part. So you will see this part, the unknown part of you, has the ability to reason with this part and alter, transform, change within 21 minutes. That is why you are able to get out of depression or get into depression. The possibility for getting in or getting out exists. Because there is some part of you which has the ability to change what you think as you. You understand? So now, if that can be changed, how can that be you? No, it cannot be. Is it not? Then dig, who is that me? Who is that me? Whenever you are thrown out, again without repenting, dig. With intense seeking. No. I am clear. I am going to awaken the extra higher strands of DNA. If you feel, no, that is not that inspiring. Who knows what is 12 strands, DNA and all that. Then at least see, here is a person whose all strands of DNA is awakened. What game he is playing, what life he is living, how he is. Then take this as an inspiration and push yourself. That's all. I tell you, intense seeking simply awakens at least 4 to 5 strands of DNA. Nothing else. Nothing else. You don't need any sadhana. Just intense craving. See, the intense craving suddenly makes this apple grow into 3-4. It's like that seed becoming a simply 4-5 apples. Like one stem cell becoming 2-3. Same way, it just becomes many. So slowly the identity which you are showing becomes a superficial small part of you. It is no more half of you, it is half of you. Not half of you, it is half of you. Understand? It is not that I do not have identity which I am showing to you all. It is not half of me, it is half of me. The identity which you are showing to the world, if it is half of you, you are man. If it is half of you, you are God. It's not that that will not be there in you, but it will be half of you. Biggest job, I can say biggest job on the world, on the planet Earth, is keeping the seeking alive in people. I tell you. God assumes human body only for this job of keeping seeking alive in human beings. Understand? It has 5 jobs. ஆக்குவாய் காப்பாய் அழிப்பாய் அருள் தருவாய் போக்குவாய் என்னை புகுவிப்பாய் நின்றொழும்பில். 5 job: creation, maintenance, destruction, putting people into maya, illusion, and liberating them. This 5 job. First 4, creating, maintaining, destroying, and putting them into illusion, he does not need to move his butt. He can just lie down, Ananda Sayana, and he can be in Yoga Nidra. It goes on. Nothing needs to be done. And he can be in Samadhi in Kailash, or he can be in Yoga Nidra in Vaikunta. No problem. It goes on. But to keep seeking alive in human beings, he has to assume human body. Understand? Then most difficult job on the planet Earth is keeping seeking alive in human beings. Understand? Keeping the seeking alive. One more thing. Whenever you feel the seeking has dried up, don't worry. The next strand of DNA is getting awakened. You are progressing. Don't think my 3 years life is wasted, 4 years life is wasted, 5 years life is wasted. No. Next strand of DNA is getting awakened. How can something be wasted? Understand? Very beautifully Shankara says, even one sloka of Bhagavad Gita chanting, little Ganga water drinking, once casually saying Krishna Govinda cannot be wasted. Even that cannot go as waste. Then how can so many years meditating or practicing or being around the master can go waste? No. Next strand of DNA is getting awakened. That is why the dry land. That is why the dry scene. Usually after the 5-6 strands of DNA awakened, next DNA awakening will not be painful. That is what I call enlightenment. You understand? Usually for a normal man, I can say 6 strands of DNA. But till the 6 strands of DNA, when you cross every strand, you will always look back. Means, oh, am I doing right or wrong? It's painful. I think I'm wasting time. Why not get married and suffer? Sorry, get married and be happy. At least when you think, that's what you think. Or why not do this? Why not do that? It's almost like you are being pushed to the wall. But after 6th, no. After 6th, any transition of that next strand of DNA awakening, there will not be any pain. It's just smooth thing. That's what I am saying. See, 0 to 6, 1 will be always awakened the moment you have the body. And the second will be awakened the moment you start seeking. And the 2nd to 6th is enlightenment period. The 6th to 12th is the incarnation period. By the time the 12th is awakened, you are an incarnation. And one more thing, after the 12th is awakened, there are hundreds of new layers opens up. That is what, the new layers when it opens up, that is what is Purnavatara. Means that so many different truths and revelations constantly being revealed to the world. Constantly being shared to the world. So the essence is 3 things. First, see who am I. The personality which can be changed is not you. So dig, then who am I? When you feel you are hitting the dead end or suffocation, increase the seeking, intensity, passion, and look again. When I say again, again and again and again and again, till you awaken the next strand of DNA. Next strand of DNA. Next strand of DNA.
This awakening of the DNA is what is going to be happening in today's darshan. And Swamiji is going to be giving us the darshan. Swamiji is going to be awakening the deeper stance of our DNA and making all of us to experience the ultimate potential which is hidden within our DNA. So that's what we all are going to be experiencing today during the darshan. What did each of you understand? There's actually like extensive research that Swamiji has done on DNA and DNA awakening, and some of the ancient techniques that have been used in the past to awaken DNA is also going to be used today, and all of us are going to get to enjoy it, experience it in today's session. I request all the participants to take a few minutes now and please share what exactly each of you have understood so far. What is the
What did each of you understand in terms of DNA and identity? Swamiji explained a very, very important aspect of identity. What makes us Purna Avatara, the awakening of the 12 strands of the DNA, and what our identity is and how seeking will enable us. Just asking or trying to seek for the source of the I, the identity in us, will awaken us to that highest experience. See, all of us have this junk DNA and the Jivatman DNA in us. What science calls as a junk DNA, but actually what is the Jivatman DNA? Every one of you that are sitting here right now, please understand the whole experience of what you understand and experience as the Paramashiva, the ultimate manifesting inside of you. That experience is Paramashiva awakening himself in our DNA, the cosmic DNA awakening in our individual DNA. Actually, today all of you are going to be having this process called the Chit Chata Granthi process. So this Chit Chata Granthi process is where Swamiji is going to be working on awakening our DNA for our DNA to be able to experience the cosmic DNA manifesting. So please understand, the moment you connect, the moment you experience that awakening of DNA in your inner space, you will manifest that experience. You will manifest that power of being able to connect, being able to manifest that space of awakened existence with tremendous awareness in your inner space. Now, to all the participants sitting here right now, I request all of you to take a few minutes and post your understanding. What did you understand as the super DNA that Swamiji explained? Please post whatever you understood as a super DNA. Swamiji explained what super DNA is, right? So I request each of you to take a few minutes and post. Now, the awakening, any being who has had this strands of DNA awakened in him or her, they become a conscious being. They start manifesting this experience or existence more consciously. Understanding that super DNA awakening in us is what is going to be happening through today's initiation for all of us. Now, I request all the participants, every one of you here, see, for a normal man, 6 strands of DNA gets awakened. But till the 6 strands of DNA get awakened, when you cross every strand, you'll always look back and see, oh, am I doing it right or wrong? Am I doing this proper, that proper? But after the 6th transition, the 6th DNA is awakened in you, you will experience the whole thing like a just a smooth flow. Swamiji himself gave a technique to get started with, right? Just to contemplate on who am I. Take a few minutes and walk yourself through that thinking. Whenever you feel like you're not getting anywhere, intensify the seeking more. Let's say take 5 minutes, okay? Sit now, contemplate within you what is the identity you carry. Swamiji gave that example with the apple. What is the exact identity that you carry, not what you're showing to others outside? What is the exact identity inside your inner space? What do you carry? Take a few minutes. Just think through, just walk through yourself. Slowly, please relax. This one understanding, this one decision inside you is enough. This itself, see, when that constant seeking is there in the inner space, right, automatically you start manifesting that as an experience in you. Means you will not cognize this as something separate. You will not cognize your existence, understanding about DNA, all of them as something separate. They're all very, very tightly interwoven. They're very tightly knit. So every time you seek, you try to identify the source inside of you. You are working towards you awakening yourself. Anything that can be changed is not you. Beyond all of that, you will have the exact source inside of you. That source is you. Okay, now we're going to be manifesting a very, very nice power. I request every one of you. So we manifested the fire element, we manifested the wind element. So we're going to be manifesting in this round also the wind element, but actually you're going to be playing with it. I'll tell you all how. In this round, I request every one of you to keep some object in front of you, and you're going to be connecting to the wind energy. See, just feel it. You can move your hands and just feel the wind in front of you and start building that connection with the wind energy. You're going to be now making a feather float in the air without actually giving external wind. We're actually going to be making a feather lift and float in the air. Even start with something very simple. Make the curtains move. Make some feather float. Increase the wind in your place. Understand the moment you cognize yourself as something beyond the fixed identity that you think. The outer identities, the external identities. The moment you cognize yourself beyond this, you awaken your ability to connect to the nature. Okay, tell me one thing. If you are just a human being who cannot manifest any powers, if you are just a human being who does not have any big possibilities in life, then what is the difference? What do you think makes animals and humans different, special? What makes humans special? Only the human beings who have only the beings which have the vertical spine has the ability to travel to the parallel universes, because we have a unique fuel called ojas. That ojas in our spine accelerates our existence to expand to the higher dimensions or higher lokas. That is why it's easier for human beings to manifest powers as opposed to animals. Animals can also manifest, but it's just that it's easier for human beings. Sit now. Decide to experience that space. You cannot have power over the wind. Listen, you cannot say, hey, come on, the wind has to move now. No. Then wind will say, oh, if you're going to do this, I also know how to do it. Understand Vayu Deva, the god of wind energy. Just connect to him like a friend. If, let's say, Shane, Dennis, or Lucas, one of you are connecting to your friends, how would you connect to them? Will you tell them? Will you try begging them? No. You will neither order them nor beg them. You will just you'll know you have that rights. You know you have that friendliness where you can say, hey, can you just go and do this for me? And that person also can ask you, hey, can you also just do this for me? That space is friendliness. Can I request every one of you to post what you're understanding? How many of you are understanding? I'd like to request each of you to post the difference that you're understanding. Can I request every one of you to understand? Okay, my Tatiana Hughes is asking, Ma, can you confirm please for regular person how many strands of DNA is awakened? And for indigo kids, many hippies in the 70s were indigo kids. Very sad that most of them got drug or alcohol because of the negativity of the society influence. Okay, Seema, for regular person, for actually right now for us only 2 strands of our DNA is completely active. And Swamiji said 6 strands is possible by human effort itself. But beyond the sixth strands is what is permanent, which awakens, which leads us to the 12th strands makes us incarnation complete. Okay, can I request every one of you to post? How do you think, what is the exact technique to manifest power over the wind element? The oneness with the wind element. Can I request every one of you to post? What is the exact powerful cognition you're going to apply to experience the wind to listen to you? Friendliness, that's right. Yes, thank you all for all those who are posting friendliness, correct? And it is intense friendliness and oneness that will make you. It is not power over the wind, it is oneness with the wind. Play with it like a friend. That is the key. See, we've all become so insensitive. Tell me, how many of you, when was the last time you really looked at water, fire, or Mother Earth and you felt it's an extension of you, like a friend? Unfortunately, the society which is fast paced, we're all living so busy, we don't really take out that time and cognizance. We have become insensitive to a certain extent. That is why today so much of exploitation happens, so much of pollution is happening. All of this is happening for that reason. Just connect with Devi, Prakriti, nature. When you just start connecting, somebody will say, just walking barefoot, just experiencing the wind, you will see that continuously nature is talking to you. It is just that we have disconnected ourselves from it. Go back to your source and just connect with it. Now you will see how the wind element will simply listen to you. Do anything, just play with it. The key here is for you to connect, and you can lift a feather, make it float. Consciously in your inner space, bring that space of oneness. You will see immediately it will just listen to you, and you will see it in front of you. It'll just make your, it'll just listen to what you're saying. So please start. Sit straight. Shanta Mahavakya.
Nityananda Paramashivoham. Om 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 Nityananda Paramashivoham. Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om 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 Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham. Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda
Mahavakya, spiritual lullaby for samadhi. And Suprabhatam, wake up call, wake up song for Paramashivam. This Mahavakya is spiritual lullaby for you to fall into samadhi. Suprabhatam, wake up song for Paramashiva to wake up in you. Just remember this one powerful cognition. This Mahavakya puts me in samadhi. This is spiritual lullaby for samadhi. And Suprabhatam, wake up song for Paramashiva in me. For Paramashiva to manifest. With this one spiritual powerful cognition, chant this Mahavakya. Mahavakya, spiritual lullaby for samadhi. And Suprabhatam, wake up call, wake up song for Paramashiva. For Paramashiva to manifest. With this one spiritual powerful cognition, chant this Mahavakya. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. 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 Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Please relax. Yes. How many of you have manifested? You have started manifesting this power.
Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om
I request all of you to share in the chat. Okay, I see people have posted. Connecting the wind in the third eye, experiencing the friends with the wind and playing with it. Okay, Ma Parameshwari, don't worry. It is okay. See, we have lived with insensitivity to the nature for almost 20 to 30 years of our life, isn't it? Let's minus the 7 years of childhood, but rest of the time, isn't it? It will at least take those, at least a few number of practices for you to come back to that space of oneness. See, the practice is not for you to manifest the power, but the practice is for you to come back to the space of friendliness. That is the key here. Are all of you understanding it? It took, you have lived for 23 years plus with unfriendliness towards the nature. See, when I say unfriendliness, or it's not just all of us collectively as a society, we are unfriendly to planet Earth. Correct? We have disconnect, a certain amount of disconnect to planet Earth. It will at least take few more number of times of you manifesting practicing to come back to oneness. You're understanding, ma? Alright. So now let us all enter into the next session, a very, very important session on Akasha Tattva, the power of your space.
Space, Kasha. Let me use exactly the word Mahadeva uses. Akasha is modern Sanskrit word. In original Agama, the word Kasha only is there. There is a possibility in that palm leaf. Sometimes this corner of the palm leaf gets broken. So, anyhow, whatever available, even the palm leaf breaking is his action only. So what he left it for us to understand, from that the word Kasha only is there. So let's use that, that's all. Space, simple understanding, where length, breadth, depth, time, all these are dancing, vibrating. That is the aspect called space. It's a very simple understanding, but now I'm going to give you how understanding space is going to have some use for you. See, ultimately our goal is to rest in the highest existence and highest consciousness, what we call as Mahasadashiva. See these simple words: feeling suffocated, irritated, I'm not okay with all these simple words. Only by uttering them again and again, you create that feeling. How many of you understand this? Usage of those words avoided, that experience is also avoided. How many of you understand that? So, can you take 2-3 minutes and pen down, listen carefully. Usage of words in your space, becoming experience, few incident. When you started using these words, cherishing these words, and manifesting those experiences in your space. Just for you to understand, listen, please listen. If two objects are stuck, sound is generated. If a thought is stuck on the space, reality is generated. That's all. Thought, idea, depression, irritation, simple words. How you teach to these teenager kids, how they pick up between when you guys are fighting, I cannot tolerate this, I can't digest this, hell with it, better to die than living like this. All these words, they pick up while both of you fight. And when they use that word on their space, they generate that as an experience. You yourself have done this crime against you. First time when you did this crime, try to remember and pen down. See, where you could have avoided the word and avoided the experience, that is called freedom. You chose the word and chose the experience. After that, even if you don't choose the word, experience does not leave you, that's called marriage. Bondage. Understand? See, first few times when you use the word, I am irritated, I am agitated, I can't tolerate this, I can't put up with this, better to die than living like this life, hell with you, all these phrases, there is a dance. All these Jerry Springer shows phrases. All these words, listen, when you are using first time and manifesting them as reality, You had a choice not to use them and manifest those experiences and reality. How many of you understand that? So, but after continuous usage and those experiences produced, when that become your normalcy, that is what, I can't understand this word normalcy. What is common? What is normal? Most abnormal thing is normal. Most stupid things are common. Sometimes people question me, why our kids are taught so much of importance for the language is given. Our balasans are not supposed to even utter the word no, not, all that. Avoid knowing. So much importance is given for their language because when the language is stuck in the inner space, the reality is generated. Understand the Damaru of Mahadeva dancing in the space of Chidambara generates the cosmos. So the language we use inside is the Damaru of Mahadeva. Whatever is generated here becomes reality. Just remember one or two incidents and write so you will understand when you started doing this big crime against you, using strong words and generating those ideas and experiences in your inner space stupidly. And same way, even when you use the good words, generated good words or generated bad words, when they hit the space, they become real. Whatever makes the word into real is space. Akasa, Kasa. You are an adult. You can choose your words. Try to write both experiences so you understand how initially the word you generate in your space manifests reality. These three words. Taharakasha, Chidakasha, or Katakasha, or Mahakasha. This has two words, Chidakasha and Katakasha, both. Why I am using both words, If you don't manifest what you want as a reality in your space, it is called Katakasha. If you manifest your life as you want, it is called Chidakasha. The state, space where you live, the state. Space where you operate. As of now, all of you are operating in this Nithyananda Sabha. Am I right? So this is called Katakasha. If you don't manifest what you want as reality. But if you manifest what you want as reality in your breathing space, it's called Chidakasha. Conscious space. Katakasha means mud space. Katam is a mud pot. The space inside the mud pot has no use. The mud pot has any use of the space inside? No, you are saying Katam. No, Katam is used for us, not for mud pot. For mud pot, it is a beating. No, he is trying to show, no, there is a use, Gatam. Gatam music is used for whom? For us who generates, not for the Gatam. In your space, listen, your state is Taharakasha, where you exist, Taharavidya. Taharavidya means the knowledge of enlightenment, science. Now whatever I am talking to you, all this can be classified as Taharavidya. Precisely, if I have to translate that word, grounded in existence, Tahara, grounding you in your soul, Atman, enlightenment, is called Taharavidya. Where you are grounded is called Taharakasha, the space of your life, alive. Your state. The words you generate there and hit you decides the state you are in.
feeling experienced, expanded, joyful, or suffocation, all is within this. How many of you are understanding? Having the whole world open for you and feeling imprisoned can be there. Sitting on one small cave, feeling enlightened can be there. Because it is on Tahara. There are many great sadhus lived in a small cave of remote Himalayas, lived such an ecstatic, glorious space. And there are many people who are flying whole day and night in the space, but feeling imprisoned inside. How many of you are understanding what I am saying? The words you utter, that creates the space you operate. That makes your breathing space as Katakasha or Chitakasha. Chitakasha means consciously generated space. Means if you are uttering all the words consciously, tuning to your life's goal, you create Chitakasha. If you are uttering why without knowing why you are uttering, or because of compulsions and manifest default reality by fault, that is called Katakasha. Listen, default reality is Katakasha, conscious reality is Chitakasha. These three words, Taharakasha, Katakasha and Chitakasha, and Mahakasha. Mahakasha is whatever exists, that you don't know anything. One good thing about Akasha is it can never get corrupted. It can be easily programmed. Like electricity cannot be corrupted. It may be helping you for last 100 years, but it will not bother to kill you in 1 second if you do something wrong. Same way it may be killing so many people in so many places if something wrong is done. It will not bother to help you if you do it proper circuit. No qualities acquired, no favoritism, and no corruption. That's the quality of space. No favoritism, no quality acquired. It is all about what you want to do from now. That decides the whole programming of the space. That's all. See, only when you are initiated, you use your will. With that will, you manifest something consciously in your space. Only then soul enters into your system. Till then, soul means the jiva is not operative in your system. Your body is alive and functioning because of the Vatavarana, not because of the individual soul. He calls it Pratyagatma Chaitanya Jakratam. I will be using this word many times in the satsang also. Individual conscious will awakening and declaring its existence. If you know, yes, I exist and I have this as a problem, this as an inspiration. Even if you have a problem, it's okay. But your individual will should perceive the problem, only then it will start cracking the code. Understand, the Katakashic existence is called accidental existence. you need to use your will persistence ferociously you need to break the laws of Katakasha, that is called tapas. Breaking the chains of your Vatavarana by will persistence is called tapas. More tapas, more alive you will feel. That is why in Hindu tradition, if somebody wants to become a king, he will not enter into politics. He will retire to forest and start meditating for 12 years. When he becomes alive and walks into the city, the elephant comes and puts the garland and carries him and puts him on the throne of the king. Whether conquering infrastructure or internal structure, breaking Katakasha by your will is the only thing any human being need to do in the life. Katakasha is the accidental ambience you are breathing, which gives the illusion or delusion you are alive. Your existence is given a delusory idea that you are alive. Because you are breathing, you are made to believe you are alive. Like ups and downs of the wave gives the feeling as if the ocean is alive in that area, even though there is no independent individual energy exists. Listen. Will is not astra, it is shastra. I'll explain these two concepts. Astra means a weapon loaded, pre-planned, pre-programmed and operated. Shastra means power is generated and immediately released is Shastra. Will cannot be programmed earlier and kept and used. No. Now you generate and you release. The good news is, does not need training. Will. To manifest will persistence and will, you need not be trained for 12 years. Person who has tried to have will for 22 years and who is beginning today, both will have the same will. Because will is the weapon from the space which cannot be programmed. Listen carefully. Subtler and subtler you go, they can only be less baggaged, programmed. When you are going in bullock cart, you can carry the whole city. When you go in bus, you will have to reduce. When you go in train, you have to reduce more. When you are going in the flight, it has to be reduced a lot more. If it is jet, you can only carry pills. The subtler and subtler you go, baggage, the past patterns, compilations, judgments, concepts are not allowed. Understand, Mahadeva very clearly says, state, space, manifestation, all the three does not need pre-training, because it is fundamentally based on the space. Will power, will persistence is enough. Means you deciding now, from now what I want to do only matters. Till now what I have done does not matter. Understand, past, the good news I have for you. Past is irrelevant when you are working with the space, Akasha. Present is too relevant when you are working with Akasha. Clear? You have been 20 years devotee, 25 years devotee, or born and brought up along with me, does not matter. Or yesterday only you entered the program, does not matter at all. From this moment, what do you want to do matters. Taharakasha means your soul is infused into you in the form of Shaktipada as a will. Will means experience. I exist larger than what I was feeling as me till before the initiation. How many of you are catching what I am saying? How many of you feel? Listen carefully. After the initiation and power manifestation, even the way you feel you is much larger. That only manifests into Katakasha and mix into Chidakasha. If you don't manifest power, your Nithyananda Sabha is Katakasha. If you manifest power, your Nithyananda Sabha is Chidakasha. Signs of initiation. Diksha. This word Diksha need to be understood. The word initiation is too superficial for Diksha. If I have to translate exactly the word Diksha into English, breathing life, infusing life. The frequency of your will existence raised to the level of frequency of will persistence to become the realization of will, reality, realization. Understand? Taharakasha, breathed. Guru breathes life into Taharakasha. With that you start that will persistence. With the will persistence you start manifesting. Not only powers, even the life as you want. Katakasha becomes Chitakasha. Listen. Gap between one thought and the other thought is space. Here. Gap between one Big Bang, another black hole is space here. Listen. Listen carefully. LBD, active. LBD, active. On the space generates time. Anything gets active on the space generates time. Space is the canvas on which all these four exist. Listen. Whenever a mass rotates, it creates gravity. Whenever LBD gets active, it generates time. Where all four exist is space. Because you have space inside, you are able to perceive everything. Because there is a space in the cosmos, all the generation, maintenance, destruction, delusion, liberation happens. The space here, Chidakasa, perceives everything. Space here, Parakasha, allows everything to happen. Little more. Little more. Eyes receive information, digitize it, I should call biodigitizing. Sense it, it hits at one space and the response comes back. For example, you see the snake, response of let's run away or beat. The spot where this information hits and the response comes back is called space, Akasha. The spot which responds to information is space. If the thought, the gap between one thought and the other thought is too little, you do not perceive the existence of space. If there is a more gap, you perceive the existence of space. It's like if you are taking 2000 files, quickly you have to come back. If you are taking only 2 files, you can spend time with him. Ability to spend time with him is called luxury, Lakshmi.
Nithyananda, how many of you understood about the different ways how space exists, how thought plus space reality is generated, how when the thought hits the space, reality gets generated, series of powerful cognition. How did each of you feel like, how many of you felt this is just wow, like too many levels it's clicking in? If the word cherished can be awarded, the experience can be awarded. Take a few minutes. We'll give you all a few minutes. Please write down. I know in every session we keep telling this because literally you're getting a tower of powerful cognition. So it's important for you to take a few minutes, cognize this, contemplate upon this. So quickly, please take a few minutes and all of you post.
Also, just to add, please understand, your words have the power to generate the experience. Like Swamiji was giving an example. Many times we casually utter the word and simply that becomes a reality for us. We constantly, very casually, we utter the word, oh, that's all, this is all like this is going to be bad. By you uttering that it is going to be bad, you will actually make that as bad. Constantly, the word that you keep uttering is what you will experience or generate as your reality. And almost all of us are stuck in that exact same point. How many of you have had this experience? You will say, oh, it's going to be bad. Oh, today interview, I'll not be able to make it. I'll not be able to make it. I'll not be able to make it. And actually, you will go. You would have never experienced this. I have felt this so many times. You would have never experienced that thing actually in reality, but you will start already coming to a conclusion based on other opinions, and you will generate that experience as a reality for yourself. How many of you have experienced this? This is a very, very important dimension. Akasha Tattva, the space dimension. Many times, very casually, we utter a certain words and that words become our reality. Very casually, we utter a certain things and simply that becomes a reality for us. That is the power of the words, the conscious visualization, like how Swamiji gave perfect example. When right hand hits left hand, sound is generated. Same way, when your thought hits space, reality is generated.
When two objects are stuck, how sound is generated? Same way, when the thought hits the space, reality gets generated. How many of you are understanding this? See, in multiple levels, we need to contemplate upon it. That's why we keep insisting that you all post. Come on, Naveen Reddy Ayya, Shane Dennis, and Huang Shang-Su, PJ Fang, Arjun Manoharan, Kixin Weng. Can I request all of you, please type what exactly you understood and post it here. Sunil Yadav, Sumit Agrawal, I request all of you, take a few minutes and post what exactly you have understood from this section. So it takes a few minutes, type it down. Because you're learning too many things, right? So just type it down. Otherwise, see, many times, there's another thing that happens. You'll say like, yes, clicking. But if you don't write it down somewhere, contemplate upon it, you will just miss it. So please take a few minutes and write it down.
Sorry, just by you uttering the word constantly in your inner space, you make that as a reality for you. I've experienced this so many times. One of the most like an experience that I have very strongly had. Constantly, when I used to utter like the cognitions about wealth, okay, from my young age, I somehow had this cognition that I bought into that, okay, it is not going to be possible. It's not going to be very easy to generate wealth. And after that, the way of operating in life, any time that we want, any time that I want to get something, this will be the cognition from which I operate. And every time life will reflect that same reality back to me. See, each time you keep uttering, okay, this is going to be very boring. I can never do this. Oh, yoga, I can never do this. I will never be consistent. It is going to be very tiring. It's not going to be fun. You keep uttering it to yourself. What will happen? Obviously, it will not be fun. You will not have the fun. Then what happens? You give up. You say, look, this is what I knew will happen. From beginning itself, I knew it will not be fun. We create that reality and we end up experiencing the whole dilemma inside us because of that reality. Okay, I'll give you all a small exercise to start with. Can you all pen down 5 negative statements that you commonly use in your life? For example, life is not good. I feel very suffocated. I can't handle things. I can't handle relationships. 5 negative statements that you continuously commonly use in life. And pen down the 5 the impact and the experience you generated because of those statements. Next, pen down 5 positive statements that you use in your life and experience of those statements have deepened since the first time you used that statement. For example, it is fun to sit in this program, or doing puja gives so much of peace in my inner space. All of these statements, pen that down, just 5 and 5 in each. Only then when we talk, it will make more sense for us to understand. Please take a few minutes and pen this down.
I hope now all of you have finished writing. I think you all had enough time to write down. Any of you have any questions, feel free to post that. You all can post it, and in the chat itself, all of you can post it. See, from this section, one very important thing that we need to take as our understanding is how now are all of you able to clearly see five incidents you're supposed to write? In how when you have positive thoughts, you cherish certain words, the same positive experience is generated. You have some negative thoughts, the same negative experience is generated. How many of you clearly understand this? If you have a situation where you're not understanding, I request you to please post it in the chat. All clear. Okay. Good. Law of attraction, sort of, but not really complete, because Sanjay Oriya, people say law of attraction, but it's on a very superficial level. When you start becoming more conscious of the words and the thoughts you generate, it is not limited to how you feel at that particular time. Hugo, nice to have you here. See, Sanjay Oriya, for example, when you say the law of attraction, right? Then what do we start doing? We start thinking like, okay, I'm not feeling like I'm wealthy. Why is wealth not still manifesting for me? No. Sometimes the thoughts that we deeply cherish, we are not aware of it. Just to give you an example, let us say strongly deep inside of you, you have a cognition that all these wealthy people are very arrogant people. If you just have that as a cognition inside of you, it may not even be a very strong, but you have it inside. That idea is cherished inside of you. You will never be able to acquire wealth. Why? Because you're constantly having that inside of you. When you think it's just law of attraction, it's like you are just at that current feeling. But when you understand it's the root thought word that you have, you would go more deeper. You understanding? So I would say what you're saying in a little more deeper sense is what I understand from what Swami said. Grajina Maria, what is the difference between space listening words and thoughts? Is impact on space different when we release one of these two? Thoughts become words, words become action. The words that you utter outside, actually, if you see, the continuous one madhouse inside all of us. The inner chakra going on continuously inside us. There's like 10 parallel streams of thought currents running inside us. Now, these are all the thoughts. Actually, if you see, let's say there is 100% of words that you utter inside of you. Out of that, only 20% you even utter outside. Less than 20%. When I say utter outside, I don't just mean what you talk, even what you type, including everything. If you put all of that together, it's only 20%. All the words start as thoughts inside of you. You're understanding, no? No one wants to think or thinks of negative response from others or fight with others. But we do get negative response from others. How is others' response generated for us? Beautiful question. Ma prema tavasi. See, ma prema tavasi. First thing, the moment you have, okay, many times, and like already preparing, let's say you felt like you're getting late for your office. You're already preparing mentally that, okay, if I go, this is what this person is going to say, this is what other person is going to say. You already have a big mental preparation going on, and you create that as a strong space. Obviously, that is what will happen. Now, I'm not saying that, okay, so now don't create that strong space. Just start feeling everything is okay. That's not going to work because deep inside you, even you don't believe it. So what we need to attend to is that words that we're uttering inside of us. Many times when you look at a person, you have your own unsaid words that surface up inside of you. You look at your mother-in-law and then you already have many words that you picked up from all the serials you watched before about all how the mother-in-laws are supposed to be. You collect all those ideas, keep it inside of you, and when you look at her, obviously that's the words that are getting said. She's laughing. She's laughing. See, understand, this is what is the way how we generate our reality. Sometimes you may say, no, not always. Sometimes I'm so happy. Suddenly my some person comes and spoils my face. True. But that is only a result, a cumulative result of the words that you've uttered sometime before that. You understanding? It may not be immediate. Like for me, one of my really powerful one was when before I joined Gurukul, I always felt like I used to have this word cherished in me, which is math is so difficult. I heard it, I picked it up from some of my friends. I actually did not find it as difficult in the beginning. But when I saw my friends keep uttering that, I just picked it up. I used to keep saying inside me, math is so difficult, so difficult. And I'll always get low marks in math. And I'll always feel that math is difficult. I'll never be able to learn anything proper in math. Then I joined Gurukul. And when I was 14, I joined Gurukul, right? So I attempted my 10th grade exam when I was 14 in Gurukul. So when I had joined, I had only studied in CBC syllabus, Central Board syllabus in India. But when I joined Gurukul, it was international syllabus. It's way more difficult. It's international GCSE and the standards are extremely high. I felt like, that's it, done. I'm not going to be able to pass this. I'm surely not going to attempt this. I went and told, I'm just 14. I don't want to do this 10th exam. I think this is not going to work out for me. I can do once maybe in the next year when I turn 15. Usually when you're 15, you attempt 10. So the teacher was like, the Gurukul mentor, she said, why are you keeping such a negative state? She sat next to me and she told me that, look what words you're again and again uttering. You're uttering math is difficult, math is difficult. When you keep uttering that, obviously it is going to become difficult. I didn't quite catch it. I was like, why? Why if I utter this, it's going to be difficult? She just told me, change this word. You're going to go and declare to everyone that you're very good at math and you are going to be able to, you can do math very, very nicely. And you can even help them. I actually tried it in about 3-4 days. The very way I started relating with that subject changed. And in my 10th grade, I did the 10th exam and I got A star in math. Like I got A stars in all subjects, including math. It was a shock for me because it's never how it was before. So it is the words we generate that gives us the experience. Manada Yoga Priya is showing me double thumbs up. Are you clicking with it? Especially this math. It's like, it's just something like all of us would have experienced, right? Like any subject. So then after that, I became so confident. Like after that, like I'll always feel like anything is easy to learn. This cognition I got only in Gurukul. Because the way how Swamiji teaches us, that's why like how Swamiji is mentioning, in Gurukul, we will not talk in this language. This is only for now publicly because we are conducting the program. Otherwise, it will be like, Ma Tattva Priya wants this. Ma Tattva Priya avoids wanting this. We will avoid saying no, not, don't, zero negative words. Yeah, we will not even say no. So it is only zero. Do you have this? Zero. And we will not say I, me, my. We would instead say our names. So it'll be Ma Tattvapriya wants that. Ma Tattvapriya is talking now. So Tattvapriya will tell Tattvapriya's own name. So this is the way how we talk. Actually, it creates a completely, like it just transforms the very relationship you have with you. So this is what we call a Sat Bhasha in Gurukul. Anyways, now it's time to go into the next session. We are going to be entering into the power manifestation session now. You're going to be cherishing this word of Swamiji has initiated me. I can definitely manifest. First few times, you may get your self-doubt, self-hatred, but just consciously cherish it. And Swamiji will just flow through you. You will be able to start manifesting. We also have a gift from this session. It's called as the Akasha Tattva. So the truths that we learned in this session, plus a lot more revelations on Akasha Tattva, will be sent to all of you as gifts today. Now it's time to enter into the power manifestation.
Nithyananda, everyone. So now we are going to be entering into the power manifestation. We just had such a beautiful internalization exercise where all of us wrote down the things which we feel we are not able to manifest, which you continuously hold the cognition that, oh, I can't do this, and 5 things which you felt that you can manifest. So now we are going to use that same cognition and make it into reality for us. Using the same cognition that Swamiji gave, we are going to be manifesting powers now. Okay, so now we are going to be manifesting the power of consciousness over matter, and all the participants will be moving an object on the silicon. This is the power over the space element and the earth element, right? When we manifest consciousness over matter, we are going to be doing it by manifesting our consciousness over the space and earth element. Like how Swamiji said that whatever we say, whatever cognitions we continuously think and say becomes a reality. Because when the thoughts manifest, it manifests because of us continuously thinking and speaking about it. So now, using that same cognition, we are just going to believe that yes, I can manifest. And when you chant the Mahavakya, that is the password, that is the declaration that you boldly say that yes, Swamiji is going to manifest through me. So now I request all the participants to bring any silicon device which you have. It can be a tablet or a phone or any silicon device. And you can bring any deity or any object which you want to move on the silicon device.
Yes, let's all get ready with this beautiful space of completion and very powerful cognition and initiation by Swamiji, wherein we just have to hold it in our space. Swamiji has initiated me. Swamiji is going to manifest through me. I just have to decide for it, right? What is one cognition which you hold in your space, from that space of completion, that yes, I can manifest. Swamiji is going to manifest through me. It is simply going to become a reality. This power manifestation, when you do, you will understand the powerful shift which will happen inside you, the cognition shift which happens inside you. That yes, when I hold something very powerfully in my space, Swamiji manifests through me. I can move the matter right in front of me. Same matter is there in our real what we call as real life. That can be moving the relationships, moving the wealth, health, anything, right? So let us not miss this. I invite all of you, please do come and manifest the power. Let's get ready.
And just hold the cognition that whatever words you utter becomes reality. That is what Swamiji calls as the power of Vak Shakti. Right? We have the Vak Shakti in all of us, in every single one of us. So just holding that space that yes, whatever words I constantly utter will become a reality for me. And I would also like to share one experience of mine that Swamiji gave a ring to me as a gift. And when I'll do puja to it every day. Like I'll keep it on my padukas and do puja every day. So one day after doing puja, when I went to put the flowers and the water from the puja and the plant, I forgot to take out my ring. So that also fell. And like we had like this huge tub in which we'll pour it, and we'll go put that in all the plants around Adi Kailash. So it was like, I'm like, oh God, the tub is full of flowers and milk and everything, and I don't know where my ring went. So me and one more Balasant, we were searching and like we were searching so much for the ring, and I was not able to find it anywhere. And that whole time I was like really powerless. I was thinking, oh God, I'll not be able to find it. I don't know how I'll find it. I have no clue where I'll be able to find it. It's such a small ring, and then like it's a huge tub, huge bin of full of flowers. And then the Balasant who was helping me, she told me that no, don't hold this space. Just pray to Swamiji. Swamiji is there in the ring. Just pray to him and hold the space that he will come to you. If it is truly yours, the Swamiji is there in the ring and is there, if it's yours, then it will come back to you. So I thought, okay, yes, that is true, and this will only help me. So I just held that space, and after some time we were not able to find it, so we stopped searching for it. But I didn't like lose the space, or I didn't become powerless. I was continuously telling that yes, I'll find the ring, it will come back to me on its own. Then I think after a few hours, like once we went to Gurukul, after that, actually what happened is I was walking and we were going for lunch, and suddenly one Palison came to me and she told, Brahma Yoga, is this your ring? Actually, after puja, when I was putting the flowers, I saw something and I just picked it up. And everyone else, whoever has a ring like this, has this. And I'm like, yes, it is my ring. And I'm like, thank you, Swamiji. So it is actually a very powerful and it is a very fun power. It is not only during power manifestation, but anything you want to manifest. If you lose something, or even if you want to catch a bus on time, or whatever you want to do, just using this power, just continuously uttering what you want to manifest, you'll see that it soon starts becoming part of your lifestyle, and it will be so easy for you to manifest. Yes. So Sanjay Aya, you're asking what is Gurukul? So Gurukul is like it's the Nithyananda Gurukul, and this is a free ancient Vedic education system which Swamiji has opened for all the kids who want to come and learn in the Gurukul. So you will learn what we are taught in the education system also, and you will become like an extension, a family of the Guru, where Swamiji will recreate his own inner space in all the Balasans, right? Guru plus Kula is Gurukul, where you become an extension and family of the Guru. And this is how Swamiji will recreate his own inner space in everyone. And it's actually very powerful, and it is continuously about living whatever Swamiji teaches and manifesting the powers.
And please understand, Swamiji is literally creating incarnations through this Gurukul. These kids will be the future of the world, wherein Swamiji is giving them not just the outer world education, but also something which we can't give them, which is the inner awakening, right? The space of enlightenment, the space of compassion, the leadership. So from that space, these kids, these Gurukul Balasans will be the leaders of tomorrow. So I invite you, if you have kids, please do explore this option for your kids.
Yes, and Ma Ananda Mahapurna, you can do the power manifestation on a tablet that is not working. That is no problem. It is because now we are manifesting the power of consciousness over the element of silicon. So even if your tablet or device is not working, we can still manifest on that. So now if all the participants are ready, we can start the manifestation. Keep your object on the corner or on the side of the device, and you can measure it so that you will know when the manifestation is happening.
You can even take a picture if you have the second device where exactly the object is sitting. So the power manifestation is foolproof. So let's take a minute. Let's quickly get ready.
Yes, and now while all of you are keeping your objects and measuring them, we will be playing a Sakshi Pramana, an experience of a person manifesting this. And just by seeing this, all of you will be able to mirror the neurons of the manifestation. And I also request all the participants to make sure that the device on which you're manifesting is visible in the camera.
Yes. So when you
See, it's a very important sharing.
Now I request all the participants to all of you can see how the bottle cap is clearly moving. So just using the same power, just mirror the neurons and manifest it with your object in front of you. There is no physical contact. You are just connecting to Swamiji, and using the power of your words, you are going to move the matter in front of you.
Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
This is just the space of consciousness over matter. It is where you manifest the power of your space over the object in front of you. Whenever your thoughts hit the space, that is when your reality is generated. So just have the thought that yes, Swamiji is flowing through me, I can manifest. And when that hits space, you will be able to manifest the reality you want. You'll be able to manifest the object moving in front of you.
Yes. Please understand, it is when you have one crystal clear thought in your space. And when you just hold that thought in your space, you will see it simply manifesting in your reality. That thought will simply create your reality, right? So just hold this thought in your space, drop any SDHD which is coming, and you will see it will simply manifest. So that space becomes the space of Kalpataru, where anything you wish, it will simply become a reality for you.
Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda
Let's keep chanting Mahavakya, reminding everybody to please keep your head, neck and spine in a straight line.
Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham.
Just entangle yourself with the video which is being projected on the screen.
Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Mahavakya, spiritual lullaby for samadhi, and Suprabhatam, wake up call, wake up song for Paramashivam. This Mahavakya is spiritual lullaby for you to fall into samadhi. Suprabhatam, wake up song for Paramashiva to wake up in you. Just remember this one powerful cognition. This Mahavakya puts me in samadhi. This is spiritual lullaby for samadhi. And Suprabhatam, wake up song for Paramashiva in me. For Paramashiva to manifest. With this one spiritual powerful cognition, chant this Mahavakya. Mahavakya, spiritual lullaby for samadhi. And Suprabhatam, wake up call, wake up song for Paramashiva. For Paramashiva to manifest. With this one spiritual powerful cognition, chant this Mahavakya. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
As all of us are manifesting, the moment you're able to see any change, vibration, or any frequency change, you can start posting in the chat. Ma Prema, Ma Jennifer, Ma Sharmini, Ma Jnana Pradaini. All of you can post your manifestation. As it's starting to happen, you can post it. Nithyananda, Ma Priyatma Swarupini. Are you able to manifest? You can post your experience of how you felt during this manifestation. Even if anyone is not able to see a physical drastic change, it's completely fine, because this is now we're starting to do the manifestation. So even if you feel like your energy is increasing, or if you're able to see the object vibrating, you can post all of that in the chat. It'd be really nice to hear all of your experience. Ma Stephanie, Ma Weeping, all of you can post how was your manifestation. And even if you feel that you were not able to manifest yet, immediately drop that cognition and hold on to the cognition that no, I can manifest, because this is very important in this power which we are manifesting. Because whatever you say is what you will manifest as reality. The moment you get a thought in you, when it hits the space, that is what manifests as reality, right? So even if you feel a thought that, oh, I'm not able to manifest, immediately drop that and hold the thought that yes, Swamiji is manifesting. You'll see that after a few minutes, you will really start manifesting. It will really happen. Yes, so Ma Priyatma Swarupini has posted this time. I'm feeling the space shift, Ma. I believe it would happen, yet to manifest. Okay, that's great that you're able to feel the space shift. And this thought that you have that it's yet to manifest, just drop that much. Just hold on to the thought that yes, Swamiji is manifesting. I am manifesting it right now. Just continuously hold that thought, and you'll see before you even know it, you would have manifested. Okay, and Ma Jnana Pradayini, you have manifested, which is great. Yes, you're putting the video on Facebook. That's great. And you can even share on the chat also how you were able to manifest so that all of us can also know of your experience.
And if any one of you is having any difficulty, please do share with us. We can help you out. We can make you understand. And definitely with Swamiji's grace, you will be able to manifest as well.
Ma Nitya Prasada, Ma Parameshwari, all of you can share your experiences. It would be really nice to see. And even see, we might not see the change happening immediately in front of our eyes, but the space shift has surely happened, right? Just sitting in Swamiji's presence, the space shift happens. And even if the space shift happens and we don't see it immediately, we become very tense. We're like, oh God, am I manifesting? Oh, I don't think it happened yet. And the space which we created is gone. Swamiji says that when you create a space, the moment you have a doubt, that the moment you doubt the space which you created, the whole thing is gone and you have to recreate it. So before the space shift is able to reflect outside, we start doubting it, which is something we should not do. And there is actually the story of these three monkeys. So one day they found a ripe mango, and all three of them wanted it. So at first they were fighting for it. Then they came to a conclusion that, okay, we'll grow this mango and we'll eat lots of mangoes from the tree which gives the mangoes. And one monkey took the responsibility of plowing the land and planting the seed. And another monkey said that I will water the plant every day. And the third monkey said that I will check on it every day. So these three monkeys started their work. And the first monkey nicely fertilized the land, plowed it, and planted the seed. And the second monkey was watering it very diligently every day. And they were thinking that why is the tree not growing? Few months passed by and not even a sapling was shown. And the third monkey was also like, yes, I don't understand why is the tree not growing. Every day I take it out to see if it has grown or no. Obviously, if every day we take it out, it's not going to grow. So that is exactly what we are doing. Before the shift of the space, before our space shift even reflects outside, we start doubting it and we start trying to dig it out and see if it has happened or no.
So please understand, it's very simple. Any self-doubt, self-hatred or self-denial, when it happens, just drop it. Just drop it and create a new space. And you will see, when you do it, that is our tapas, that is our penance. And do it through the day. Anything you want to manifest. It can be as simple as calling a taxi when you're going out. It can be power manifestation or enlightenment, anything. Just keep creating space. Keep playing with this. You will see. It is such a powerful science. It is so powerful. Like this is how we talk in Adinam. I am creating the space. I want to manifest it. So this is something become so normal and part of each one of you. You will see this power of space creation and manifestation is really fun and you will enjoy doing it. So
yes, so many participants have started manifesting, which is great. Ma Anandeshwari, your object has moved. That's amazing. And Ma Prema Tavasi, you were able to move your Ganesha. That is also amazing. Yes. And Ma Virupaksha, you have asked that I'm not very good at powers. Can you please help me out? Yes. See, Ma, all of us should understand that as long as we hold this space, as long as you hold the space that I am not very good at powers or I'm not able to manifest this, that is what will manifest as reality for you. So you should shift this space which you're carrying. You should drop this cognition that you're having. And you should hold the cognition that Swamiji is only manifesting. He will flow through me, so it will obviously happen. Even if you can't see the results right now in front of you, Just holding this space will manifest the results also. You'll also be able to start manifesting powers. But for that, first we need to hold the space that I can manifest and I am good at manifesting. So you should shift the space now. You'll see that when you shift it, you'll automatically start manifesting. Yes, all the other participants also, you can post your experience, or if you're able to move the object. Even if you feel that you are not able to manifest and you need some help, you can even post that. The
Very nice to see so many participants manifesting. Actually, I just wanted to take one question from one of the participants. Sanjay Oriaya has asked. So, whatever words we hold in our inner space will become our reality. That's right. So, you're asking to what extent is this true? If someone says Sanjay Ori will die in 2 hours, is it going to be his reality? What about cursed by a guru or anyone else? Okay, I'll tell you one thing. See, the power, the intensity of your manifestation depends on the integrity of your inner space. We all utter so many words, right? Let's take example. When you wake up in the morning, you say, I am so fresh. Today I should have the best day. I should go to the office and the boss should just smile at me. He should be very happy with me. Like you see, these kind of words, we create this space. By the time we go to office, by the afternoon, we say, oh God, it's just such a load. I don't like it. How much ever I try, this is what is life. We start getting frustrated. By evening, you just want to take a break from everything and you just want to go back. Our inner space is not consistent. See, it's like you have 100 pieces inside of you. So you have a current. Whichever piece your current you supply to, that becomes the reality. Unfortunately, now you have made that supply whatever you need to supply. You have like hundreds of things. So you're trying to distribute little bit current here, little bit current there. Like you want to give for 1 minute to becoming healthy. Next minute you want to give it to going and eating junk in restaurants. Next moment you want to give to partying. After that, next moment you want to give the energy to relaxing. Next moment you want to give the energy to healthy life. You keep swapping. So what happens is your inner space is non-integrated. Now, a person who utters words out of non-integrity, that is why Swamiji tells all that you talk whenever you are in irritation, whatever you tell, they don't become a reality. Like when I say that, what I mean is, if you say out of your anger, let's say you are cursing someone, or the example you have given, it will not become a reality. The words have no power in that sense. That is Vak Shakti. Where you declare and make something reality is Vak Shakti. But the same thing If you constantly keep uttering to yourself, life is frustration, you are creating the space for that to manifest. You're intensely giving the same electric supply. You're giving it to consistently to one same part. There's the second part of your question, which is you're asking, what about guru? Cursed by a guru or anyone else. It's completely, there's two completely different things. When guru utters something, the inner space of an enlightened master is absolute integrity. That is why when the guru blesses something, it becomes a reality for us. All the boons. And enlightened beings don't curse. And even if they curse, it's only a blessing. So you should know, in our Puranas, in our Itihasas, in the Hindu history, we have tons of references to people like Savitri, a common normal woman who was able to stop the sunrise just by the power of her word. She was not a great, like some enlightened being or something, but the space. In the ancient time period, curses were true. Even a simple man, like anyone onlooker, was able to give a curse and it will become a reality because they all practice the power of integrity. But right now, in 1 minute, first moment you want to be happy, next moment you want to divorce, next moment you want to, continue the relationship. We're all like so broken fragments in our inner space. So there is no integrity in what we utter. You're understanding, Aya? So currently, even whether you curse someone or whatever, it will not become a reality.
Sorry for the technical glitch. I hope now all of you are able to see us and hear us. Alright, I was just saying a story. There was a story where like one person is so intense. He's like, I really, really want enlightenment and I will need a guru for this. He goes in search of a guru, and gets so frustrated he doesn't get a guru. So at one point he becomes so frustrated and he decides, okay, I'm declaring to the cosmos, now anyone, whoever I'm seeing next, I am going to declare that person as my guru. And I'm going to listen to whatever he says. And he sees immediately, like when he's making a declaration, suddenly a thief comes in his side and he's actually running away. The thief is actually running. And this guy goes and holds that thief's feet. And he says, oh master, you're my master, you're my master, please, please help me. And that fellow is like, hey, first of all, I'm a thief, I'm not your master, please leave me, I'm going, the police may come and catch me anytime. And he says, okay, before you go, just tell me one thing. Teach me one thing that you know, and I just want to use that for my enlightenment. That fellow gets so angry. He says, all I know is only one thing, to steal. And I can only teach you to steal. You sit and you go and steal. That's all the only thing I can teach you, and he runs away. This person takes that one word so intensely. He just sits with himself, meditates on that word, and that he steals all his thoughts away, and he gets enlightened. Understand? The thing here is about how integrated you are to that word. Most of the time, we are so integrated to negative words. You believe so firmly. Someone tells you that, oh, you're such a powerful person, you have such amazing creativity, you're a great person, you would not believe it. But if someone else says that, look, even though you don't have that particular quality in you, someone tells you that, look, you're such a miser. 3 times you hear it from life, enough. You bring that as a conclusion inside of you. Understand that because we believe it so strongly, we get integrated to it. Imagine, see, understand, we are right now as broken parts. The maximum number of parts of it, when it gets together, integrated towards something, that becomes a reality. So the extent to which the integrity of you is towards something, that becomes a reality. The thoughts that are integrated to anything, all of us are integrated. All of us are integrated at any point of time, but to what? That's what matters. That's what manifests the reality. Hope I answered your question, Aya.
Okay. See, so your inner space has a power to shift the reality and the way you experience life. Bring integrity on that. See, instead of thinking about the adverse effects, start thinking about how the declaration you make now can make you alter the reality in front of you. Constantly declare, keep declaring. If you keep Virupaksha, if you keep saying every time, power manifestation is difficult, that only becomes your reality. Are you understanding, Ma? See, from the time you are initiated till now, 10,000 times you have uttered power manifestation is difficult, it's not working for me. At least 1,000 times you need to utter power manifestation is possible, it will happen, to undo the number of decisions you made. And that 1,000 times you need to have the persistence or patience. You're understanding? So that's how it is, right? Shane, Dennis, Aya, same thing. See, don't give up. That's all is the thing. The number of times you make the decision with self-doubt, you at least need to make 1% of that to counter the decisions. You have 10,000 army, you at least need 1,000 this side to, even just 1,000 is enough to overthrow this 10,000 army, but the 1,000 life positive decisions are needed from your side with persistence. Okay, I'm seeing so many of you have manifested. That's wonderful. And I request every one of you to share actively when you're manifesting. Ma Virupaksha and all those, anyone who's not yet manifested. Are all of you understanding this? If you keep creating space, you're unable to manifest. Again, that's your reality you're creating. If you keep creating space, you can experience, you can manifest. That's the reality you will be creating. So please make sure create the right space within you. Don't create life negative space inside you. Okay, great. Wonderful. Now with this, we'll all be entering into the next session. Today, the main part of the day, please understand it is mainly to have the right conclusion, the right inner space inside of you. So now we all learned about
E equal to mc square, Einstein is trying to maintain the speed of the light as a constant. Listen carefully. Speed of the light or time is not constant. I'll tell you what is exactly constant. Consciousness reflecting on the space, the fifth dimension of the universe, consciousness reflecting is constant. In all our consciousness, Paramashiva is reflecting in all our inner space. Paramashiva is reflecting. That is constant. Understand? These 5 elements and 5 dimensions are related. Length, breadth, depth, time and space. Earth, water, fire, air and space. These 5 are connected. Listen carefully. When Paramashiva, cosmic consciousness, reflects in your inner space, that reflection is constant in all beings. Not speed of the light or time. Time and speed of the light is not constant. But the way superconsciousness, Paramashiva, reflects in your inner space is constant. Means the way cosmic consciousness dances, reflects in your pure inner space. The way Sadashiva dances in your Chidambara is constant. All the beings who feel aham, he exists in that. That is the only constant. Understand? From that starts the will persistence. Manifest the will persistence. Whoever gets back to that source from which he is reflecting, all of them fall into that space called oneness, which is constant. Paramashiva is equivalent to the will persistence decision to look at the source by the reflection. The constant in the cosmos is feeling of aham. There is nothing in the cosmos which does not feel the aham, including stone, stavara, jangama, everything feels the existence of aham. When Mahadeva, Paramashiva says, Vyapakam, anything which feels aham, he is in that. Listen carefully. Length, breadth, depth, time, space. The pure consciousness reflects on the space. That reflection is individual consciousness called aham. The frequency of that reflection is constant in everything. But the side effect of that reflection, will persistence, is not constant in everything. Reflection is constant. Will persistence is not. So based on your will persistence, your life is decided. Are you going to spend 80% of your time in time related, or depth related, or length related, or breadth related existence of you? Neither length nor breadth or depth or time is low or wrong, but you not knowing the source vision, your reality, which is constant, and playing in these other dimensions, there is every possibility you will get lost. If you remember your cosmic identity, if you remember the constant in you, which is your Chidambara, where the cosmic reflection Paramashiva, cosmic source Paramashiva, is dancing in your pure heart, Anandagandha, your inner space. Listen, cosmic Paramashiva is like a sun. Your pure inner space, that space, Chidambara, Akasha, Antarakasha, Chitakasha, is like a mirror. That sun reflecting in this reflection is called individual consciousness, Pratyagatma Chaitanyam. That is the constant in all beings. This constant's first side effect is will persistence. That is not constant in all beings. The quality of your will persistence decides whether your life is going to be stuck in time or depth or breadth or length. You remembering which is constant in you and which is not constant in you will not put you in a delusion where you make permanently damaging decisions of your life due to temporary mood swings. Guru is the person constantly resides in the constant and supports your will persistence to get back to your constant.
The higher dimensions, when they enter consciously into the lower dimensions, they manifest as powers. Unexpected positive turn of the events and the reality you experience. You can name it as miracle, you can name it as power, you can name it as a God's grace, you can use any name you want, but the greater science, the cosmic science, is the higher dimensions entering into the lower dimensions. For example, length, breadth, depth, time, space. If the space dimension enters into time, time literally manifests everything space wants. If the time dimension enters into depth, depth manifests everything time wants. Understand? This length, breadth, depth, time, space, all these dimensions are independently intelligent, alive. able to make their own conclusions and respond within their frame and working zone. Please understand. The length dimension is responsible for your logic, rationality. The breadth dimension is responsible for your ability to feel the emotions, feeling connections. The depth dimension is responsible for you making cognitions, a powerful cognitions about life, beyond your logic and emotions. So understand, every dimension, when it enters into the lower level dimensions, it manifests intense power. Now, I want you to understand, time and space is independent intelligence and power. I'll give you simple understanding, very raw, crude, down to earth. Simplest understanding. You just try to internalize this one understanding. I'll help you to go through the whole initiation and make you manifest this power. I commit with you. Just understand this one. Time is as alive as your skin. If you believe, cognize, your skin is alive. If somebody massages your skin, you feel good. If somebody cuts it, you feel bad, pain. How much your skin is alive, that much, I should say little more than, much more than that, time is alive skin of the cosmos. Listen, where your skin ends, the skin of the cosmos, which is called time, starts. Actually, your skin and the skin of the cosmos both always touch each other. You can't be away from cosmos. Understand this? Where your skin ends, exactly that is the spot time starts. Time is the skin of the cosmos. Time is the skin of the cosmos. How you have a nervous system which passes the thought currents inside you, same way the cosmos has a nervous system which passes its decisions and thought currents, that is the space. Your skin is alive. Your nervous system keeps you living. The equivalent of your skin for the cosmos is time. Equivalent of your nervous system for the cosmos is space. I'll give you some of the important, powerful cognitions about space. Just if you internalize this, you can use the power of space in your day-to-day life. in a very practical way, simple and very practical way. First, space is a living entity. It's not emptiness, it's not dead, it is living. Second, it is very close to consciousness. Third, the space you are carrying inside you, where the thoughts manifest, is directly connected to the space where this universe is established. Chidakasa, your conscious inner space, is directly connected to Mahakasa, where this universe is established. The space where this universe is established is directly connected to the space, your inner space where you are established. It means you have absolute ability to influence, inspire, directly intervene with the outer space on which the world is established. Any mass has a power to influence the space. When you are able to influence space through which you can influence anything which is established in the space, and just by sheer power of thoughts, you can raise, lower your mass, through which you can influence the space, through which you can influence anything established in the space. Please understand. When you meditate on cognize something very heavy, higher than your brain can grasp, your space becomes powerful, that can influence the space outside, and anything established in the space outside. Thoughts can travel using space as medium. Anything which has a mass can influence space, through that can influence anything established in the space. Let me be more clear and straight. Just through your thought, power of cognition, the power of your inner space, Chidambara, you can influence anything established in the space, whether sun or the moon or the universe or the black hole or the Big Bang, anything established in the space can be influenced through the power of your inner space.
Most powerful, greatest sacred secret. Greatest Satya. I should say this is the greatest alchemy I can contribute to all your being. So please listen. The logic, length, dimension of your existence. In that, if you understand about oneness, it is imagination. Breath, the heart dimension of your existence. If you are able to grasp oneness in that level, it can be visualization of oneness. The depth dimension. In that, if you can grasp oneness, that will be declaration of oneness. In time dimension, you just need to manifest ferociousness. So, this imagination about oneness, visualization about oneness, declaration of oneness gets into your space, your Akasha. That is when the Mahasadashivatva, that is where the Mahasadashivatva manifests. Length, breadth, depth of a person is not he. The space he carries is he. When I say length, breadth, depth of a person, I speak in both the meanings. One, logic, heart, and cognition. Length, logic, breadth, heart, depth, cognition. This three does not really constitute a person. And length, breadth, depth of the size, shape. Size and shape does not constitute a person. That is why you fall in love with the size and shape, get frightened when you see the space. Be very clear. The space you carry, its smell, its flavor comes out of you like energy. Like energy. Many of the Indian restaurants use this as a tactic. They release a certain masala flavor. That whole area will have that masala flavor. The moment you enter that zone, you will feel like eating. That is also again like a marriage only. You go to the restaurant and you order what do you want. Then when you see what the other person has, you always wish you had ordered for that. And the other person is feeling the same. And you can't even exchange the plate, owner will not allow.
the smell, the flavor of your space. The flavor of your space is what I call Shakti. Understand? The explosion happening in your inner space is Shakti. Please listen. This is the good news for you. The moment you manifest even one Shakti, I have already entered into your inner space. If I have not entered in your inner space and made the connection, you will not be able to manifest Shakti, because all power manifestation has to start from space, not from depth. Understand that time is a non-existence power layer. It has no existence, like a length, breadth, depth. It is only when the space collides with the length, breadth, depth, the dust created is time. See, the length, breadth, depth is a mass. Space is a energy. When these two collides, the dust generated is the time. I can roughly compare it to the Vatavarana, the layer around the planet Earth. Listen, no power can manifest in you if I have not entered into your space. Even if you manifest one power once, be informed, I have drilled you already up to your space. Kailasavasi celebrates the manifestations of his space. The manifestations of the length, breadth, depth. Manifestations of the length, breadth, depth is so superficial. So superficial. They are not worthy. Manifestations of length, breadth, depth is too superficial. They are not worthy. They are not at all worthy. Manifest the space. Celebrate your capabilities based on your power manifesting abilities and space.
Nithyananda, I think now all of us have understood more deeper how this space creation happens. I think Sanjay, I think your question got answered too now. where like Swamiji himself addressed that and took us way more deeper about how exactly, when exactly do the ideas, the words that we cherish becomes a reality. You get it? Now, do you understand it more, Raya? And to everyone, can all of you post how much each of you have understood this? It's a very, very, very powerful revelation that Swamiji just gave to all of us. Swamiji explained to us how the words, the thoughts, the ideas that we cherish in our inner space matter. That is what becomes a reality. The ideas that we cherish in our inner space becomes a reality outside. How? It's a clear sign from the gift. Anything that has some mass has influence over the space and everything that exists in space. Actually, that entire clipping that we saw is one of the shortest, most powerful satsang, like I feel, because the whole satsang duration itself, Swamiji gave this little bit going on and blessings and the most time it was. Hi, Samadhi. Swamiji said, please, Samadhi, and I'm downloading and revealing this. It's probably right now like 20, 30 times in loop, multiple times. Every time we listen to that clip, it's like I get like new ideas, cognition. The whole cognition becomes so much more deeper. It's like, wow. When Swamiji says anything that has a mass can influence the space and can influence everything that is established on space. How the constant is not the speed of light. It is the way how Paramashiva reflects in our consciousness. Like every word that Swamiji uttered, every single word is so powerful. I feel like how so many things Swamiji is saying, which one to remember, it's like so much. That is why Swamiji says, if you want to get the best out of Paramashivam program, you need to attend it at least 3 times for the full 21 days. Only then you'll be able to get the best of the program. It's like every time you listen to it again and again and again, you keep feeling the cognition getting updated more and more and more.
The Chidambara, the inner space that we carry inside of us, has a significant impact on the outer space.
So are all of you understanding this? So far, are all of you with me? So now, listen, I see many of you who are sitting with your cameras turned off. Can I request everyone to first come on your cameras and please post the understandings and clicks you're having. And also, if any doubts or questions you might be having regarding this, because this is very important. See, tomorrow you want to go and let us say that you decide, okay, I'm going to use this power of space and I'm going to just manifest this as a reality. You need to have this click deeper. Suddenly at that time, if you are having a doubt, oh God, okay, what am I supposed to do next? I learned something, but I forgot. If you don't want to be in that situation, you need to make sure all these things are cognized deeply by you. You need to write your understanding, discuss, do vakyata others with your understanding. Can I request all the participants to write point by point by point everything that you remember from what you listened just now? Take a few minutes and please write it down. Point by point. Yes, that was a very nicely correct. Length, breadth, and depth does not define a person. It's a space that he carries defines the person. Absolutely, like either these are such powerful clicks. And just giving few minutes, so all of you can pause, then we can go through and understand the different things that Swamiji just revealed. Now, let us take a few minutes to actually use this power of space creation. Ready? Choose any one reality that you want to manifest. Take a few minutes. All of you choose any one reality that you want to manifest. And first write down the powerful cognitions you got from this session and cognize inside of you how the thoughts you carry have a power to influence your reality. You can move things the way you want it just through the power of your thought. Just through the power of your thought. I remember one participant, this was in 2015. She wanted to come for Inner Awakening program and she didn't have the funds and she really wanted to come to the program, and Swamiji had told in one of the satsams saying that all you need is just have intention, immediately it will manifest. So inside her, till then she kept cherishing these words saying that, oh, I don't have money to attend, I don't have money to attend. So instead she just shifted it to Swamiji has told, if I have intention, I will manifest it. So I'm having a strong intention now. From this moment, I am going to cherish that I am attending the program. And she prayed to Swamiji. Next day, she said that it was raining very heavily. And all of a sudden, someone wanted to come and take shelter at her place. And because it was raining very heavily, some passerby requested if they can rent just her room outside. I don't clearly remember. She said, rent a particular place next to her house. And she said, okay. Next morning, he said that he was so happy and that he literally saved his life and gave her the entire amount that is needed for the Inner Awakening program. He said, like, she doesn't need it, like, he could have just stayed for free and gone. He insisted and gave that money to her. In what all levels Swamiji actually manifests for us. See, the moment your inner space shifts, outer reality has to change. That is why in our Puranas, we read someone is doing tapas, and with the intensity of tapas that he is doing, Indraloka shakes, Vaikunta shakes, Kailasa shakes, Indra's chair shakes. How? Understand, it is because of the power that space has. It is the power that your inner space carries, which can impact the outer reality.
Every time you create a space, see, you are giving an energy to generate that as a reality. The more and more you keep bringing the doubts, the thoughts in you, it is like two opposing energies in your inner space. So there's one part that says yes, there's another part that says it's impossible. This constant conflict makes us lose, like, the energy that you give is not becoming reality. What you're going to do now is you're going to intensely create space for whatever is the reality that you want to become reality, which means visualize as if it is already happening. Close your eyes, visualize. Now, when you're creating space, you'll get doubts. These are the interferences. Each time the doubt comes, consciously drop it. Say, no, I'm not going to entertain this doubt, and drop it. After completing, go back to step 2 and recreate the space in you. Keep doing this until you're able to create the space for the chosen reality without interferences of any incompletion. Then the space you created will just manifest as reality. This is such a powerful way. Listen very carefully. Every time an incompletion comes, drop it. Consciously complete, again go back and visualize. Again, if an incompletion comes, again drop it. Again go back and visualize. It may sound very, okay, what is the power of this? Understand this is 3D printing your reality, literally. Sit now, create space for any reality that you want to manifest. Visualize that it is already happening. Please relax. Yes. Now, as all of you manifest this power of space creation, where anything you visualize, making that into reality, we're going to be entering into a very, very beautiful and a very important session next. See, today, all of you are going to be having initiation where you're going to be experiencing the Chit Jata Granthi process. Now, each of us have a certain block in our DNA, like we all have like a knot in our DNA. The sounds that coils, the wrong sound patterns that coils around our DNA, which makes us fall into the same pattern again and again. We are now going to be learning about what is this Chit Jata Granthi process.
And we're also going to be understanding how using Mahavakya, you can come out of the wrong connections that are there in your DNA level. Very beautifully, Swamiji explains the whole process. See, now all of you were sitting and doing the power of space creation. Each one of us were sitting and manifesting that. Literally manifesting what reality you want to generate in your outer space. You were visualizing this to literally manifest it outside. Now, morning we also learned about how our DNA exists. What is super DNA? The Jivatman DNA, which all of us have, like what science calls as junk DNA, because it's not explored into, and which actually holds a lot of our power. How to awaken that? We are going to now be learning all that in this section, because today's initiation is going to be this. We all are going to be experiencing the awakening of our DNA strands. Swamiji is going to be awakening the DNA strands in us. Let's get ready to listen to this powerful revelation. And I also request all of you, the session is going to be starting very, very soon. So if any of your friends, family members are not yet here, kindly do invite them, and all of you sit together and listen to this intensely.
I was expanding on the science of making the best, highest superconscious mutation as Paramashiva gave this science to Devi, and Devi brought to planet Earth in Kanchipuram and started manifesting it. What I am saying is the ultimate truth from Paramashiva directly. Understand? The strands of DNA, components of DNA is kept together through sound. So, if you want superconscious mutation in you, the sound through which your DNA is kept together need to be dismantled, and the ultimate sound need to be inserted. Understand? You need to disconnect the threads with which your consciousness and DNA is bound together, and alter the connecting point, the sound, into highest possible sound. What kind of a sound is used to bind your consciousness and DNA strands together? That decides what kind of a powers you are going to manifest and what kind of a life you are going to have in your body. I'll repeat. There are 4 situations in your life where consciousness is directly influencing your DNA. When you are hungry,
when you are angry, when you are lusty, when you are about to fall sleepy, too tired, just want to get lost, withdraw. These four situations, your consciousness directly influences the DNA. The door between the consciousness and DNA is open. During these four situations, if you use these four situations, you can detox, remove all the unconscious ideas, words you stored inside you, and you can pull them out at Mahavakya. Powerful sounds, Mahavakya, inside you. Listen carefully. Listen carefully. I'll repeat. Your DNA strands are connected through water, hydrophobic material. DNA strands and the consciousness is connected through sound, sounds with which they are connected matters. The good news is you can reprogram, replace the old sounds through which your consciousness and DNA strands are tied together, connected together. The great news is you can use these four opportunities to do it easily. I'll give you the precise conclusion. Whenever you feel hungry, angry, lusty, sleepy, intensely reverberate your whole being with Mahavakya. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. With the decision, let my being, let my consciousness manifest itself through my DNA using this Mahavakya as connection point. Let Mahavakya be the connective point. I tell you, immediately you will experience Kailasa. This Mahavakya is directly from Kailasa. Understand? Your life is all about what kind of a connection your consciousness and DNA has. That's all. Chit Jata Kranti. Chit means consciousness. Jata means DNA. DNA is the closest matter which can have connection with consciousness. Chit Jata Granthi. The knot between the Chit and Jata. What is the material with which that knot is made? That sound. Sound is the material with which that knot is made. What kind of a sound made that knot? Listen, I'm repeating. If Mahavakya is the sound with which Chit and Jata is connected, you will have ultimate superconscious mutation. Ultimate superconscious mutation. I am telling you, see, I had a guru. His name was Narayana Swami Tata.
is adept in the science of Aushadha, medicines. He will collect herbs from the ground which was never walked by human beings. மனித கால்படாத இடத்திலிருந்து வேர்களும் செடிகளும் மூலிகைகளும் கொண்டு வருவார். Let me repeat. The place where human beings never walked, from that kind of places he will bring herbs, roots. How you know? He had a trained dog and a goat. The dog will take the goat and go. Goat will identify the herb. Dog will just pick it up and bring it. I have seen this happening. I am not telling you stories. He lived just few years, maybe 30 years before. And still his son, grandsons are, his family is still living in Tiruvannamalai. You can go and talk to them. You will find what I said is true. His name is Narayana Swami Tata. Still the home he lived is there. And all the things he used is there. Maybe the dog may not be alive because you can see his photograph. But surely the family knows whatever I am saying and you can talk to them. I had this kind of masters who are adepts. He told me once, when he was making the Aushadha, for a so-called incurable disease, kind of a very dangerous cancer, for that he was making Aushadha. He collected too many things from too many sources and finally made the Aushadha. He called that disciple, or I should say that client, who came to him for healing, for medical care, medical help, Aushadha help, the customer. And he gave that medicine to him. Asked him, eat this medicine every day, once a day, for next 42 days. He prepared that medicine with a lot of difficulty. Third day, that guy came back saying that somebody in the home unknowingly threw that whole packet into the river. Without knowing that it is a medicine, they just threw the whole thing while they were cleaning the home and put it in the river. Nearby small stream where they dump all the unwanted things. Surely it is very difficult to do the medicine again. I was wondering how he is going to solve, how he is going to help this person to get out of the cancer now, because making the medicine again, collecting the whole items, almost impossible. All he did, he called that person, made him sit next to him and told, this simple process, whenever you are feeling hungry, do japa of this mantra. I tell you, I know it is very difficult for you to believe. Maybe the power of his initiation, his words, energy. He said, whatever I made as Aushadha, Your body is capable of producing it when you add consciousness to your hunger. I tell you, surely it is the power of his initiation, because I saw he was having his hand on the shoulder of that person while he uttered these words. So that words have gone into his body like a powerful energy shock. Now literally I am having my hands on all your shoulders and giving you this initiation. Whenever you fall for someone, you are in deeply love with that person. The human being, the person for whom you fall for, you are in love. That person takes you for granted. You feel the other person for whom you have fallen is not loving you so much as you feel for him or her. Listen. Whenever you fall for someone, you always feel the other person for whom you have fallen, that person takes you for granted, and that person does not love you, have feelings to the same level you have. Sometimes this is the way you feel, sometimes this is truth also. With ordinary human beings, this is the way love is acted, reacted, given, received, reciprocated. This is the way the love flows with ordinary human beings. With the divine, with Paramashiva, the logic of love is totally different. Listen. When you love me, when you fall for me, first thing, I raise you. Second, I shower life energy in you. When I shower life energy in you, your consciousness is the most superior asset, wealth, property for you and for the world. Listen carefully. I'll tell you one small very sweet, intimate happened between me and my Guru Arunagiri Yogeshwara. I carried food for him one day and he was eating. Few food parts fell from his mouth with his saliva by mistake when he was eating with the hand. I just took that. He thought I am cleaning it up and I may throw it away, but I did not throw it away. I just put it in my mouth. Prasada. The Guru Uchishtam. Guru Prasada. He smiled at me. I still remember. He said, now this body, showing my body, has also become precious asset for the world. It will do a lot of good. In Hindu tradition, the Guru Uchishta, the food partaken by the Guru Prasada, is sacred, very sacred. Guru Padodaka means the water with which Guru's feet is washed. The food which Guru has partaken, Guru Uchishta, Guru Padodaka, is highly sacred in Hindu tradition. He said, just that little Uchishta which I took, the power of that, he said that his very biomemory, bioenergy is passed on, and that will start flowering in this body now. This body also is a precious asset for the world because of what it is manifesting. Listen sincerely, intensely. When he loved me, he made me sacred. When I fell for him, he raised me and he made me sacred by showering his love on me. Listen. All of you, my disciples, followers, whom I initiated, all of you have received the greatest, best Uchishta, that is mantra, the Mahavakya, which I used most in my life, is the Mahavakya. The mantra, if you have received, you received the best, greatest Uchishta from me. You are now sacred. Your consciousness is needed for this world. Each of you meditating, living Veda Agamic lifestyle, living enlightenment not only helps you, it helps the world to sail through this pandemic, this pralaya. So when I fell for my Guru, he raised me and showered his love on me and made me sacred. He did not take me for granted. Same way, I want to tell each one of you, I don't take you for granted. When you fell for me, I shower my love on you, and I don't take you for granted. I make you sacred. Understand? Sometimes I may not be giving attention, but never ever feel I take you for granted. I don't take you for granted. Sometimes if I give you attention, you become more conscious and spiritually awakened. Then I shower you with my attention.
Sometimes when I give attention, you try to use me like a crutch. Hang on. Then I tell you, don't use me as a crutch. I may not give you attention at that time, but I never take you for granted. Understand? Each one of you are conscious boats to help the humanity sail through this pandemic. When you are doing yoga every day, don't think you are saving only yourself. You are saving many more beings consciously to sail through this pandemic, through this pralaya. In Guru Gita, there's a beautiful verse. Guru Padodakam Panam Gururuchishta Bhojanam Gurumurte Sadadhyanam Gurumna Sada Japaha. Gurur Namna Sada Japaha. One should drink the Guru's feet washed water and eat the remnants of the Guru's food plate. One should always chant the name of the Guru and always meditate on the Guru's form. Guru Padodakam Panam Gururuchishta Bhojanam Gurumurte Sadadhyanam Gurur Namna Sada Japaha. What a life! If someone gets this four, they got much more than mukti. If someone gets this four in their life, every day especially, they got much more than mukti. Just remember this one powerful cognition. This Mahavakya puts me in samadhi. This is spiritual lullaby for samadhi. And Suprabhatam, wake up song for Paramashiva in me. For Paramashiva to manifest. With this one spiritual powerful cognition, chant this Mahavakya. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. 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 I have also implanted the Bija mantras, all the 54 sounds. Some of the Sanskrit scholars may think, oh, it's only 51, some 52. What does he mean by 54? Please understand. Many people think Sanskrit has only 51 akshara. Some say, no, it is 52. But I tell you, 54. There are 54 bijas, powerful seed syllables. I have embedded them into this Mahavakya, and
has manifested the various versions of Mahavakya, which I will be sharing with all of you in further satsangs, like Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. When the Devi Bija, Parashakti Bija is embedded, Om Hreem Nithyananda Paramashivoham. When Ganapati Bija is embedded, Om Gham Nithyananda Paramashivoham. So with each Bija mantra, this Mahavakya can manifest various different powers intensely, immediately, just with the Mahapranava, Om. It can manifest everything with the specific bijas. It can manifest those specific manifestations immediately. One more thing, listen. When I said there are 54 sounds, there are some sounds which can never be written, which can't even be uttered. It can only be manifested as a vibration. It can be transmitted from guru to disciple.